All right, how's everyone doing today? Good morning. Thank you for coming out to this event today. I am Zeke. I'm your EPP today. Um, you might recognize me from head refing previous events, but since I'm EPing, I am not allowed to do that. So please do not direct any rules-related questions to me today. Please direct them to your lovely head refs back here, Gene and Sawyer, who will talk to you in a bit to talk about general rule stuff. But before we get to that, I would like to remind everyone that no food or drink is allowed in this gym. So please do not bring snacks or anything like that. We don't want the gym people to get mad at us. If you do need any food, there is the Pod Market back that way. It's a little convenience store place that has like chips and stuff like that. And then further down is the Citrus Dining Hall, which is the dining hall for this campus. It's like a buffet, basically. Restrooms will also be on the other side of that drop-down wall kind of thing. Other than that, good luck and have fun.
Hello, I'm Sawyer. I am one of your head refs.
I'm Gene. I'm your other head ref.
All right. Okay, so our job as referee team is to enforce the rules as written in the official game manual and corresponding Q&As. Put part of the reason why we have this meeting is to ensure that knowledge about the game and Q rules are so that we know how the rules are enforced. Our goal is to help you guys. So our goal is to help you guys avoid breaking rules. With that being said, you guys, it is your responsibility to read the game manual. But if there's any questions, we are here to help you guys. So keep in mind during the day, keep the Rec Foundation Code of Conduct in mind while competing today. This goes for everyone, including students, coaches, and teachers, including parents. If you see a violation of the Code of Conduct or student-centered policy, please provide any information and/or photo or video evidence to the event partner, head referee, or judge advisor as soon as you see it. Okay, so for queuing, those 4 tables over there, those are for queuing. Make sure you are on the correct table. There should be someone over there checking that everyone is being queued correctly. So just make sure when you get over there, check that your name is crossed off. Also, make sure that your robot, when you put your robot on the table, feel free to discuss with your alliance partner about strategy, and then make sure your robot is prepared to go onto the field. Our goal is to have the robots fully prepared over there at queuing, and then when you come to the field, you're ready to go. So worst case though, if there's like you're short on time, when you arrive to the field, please prepare your robot off the field, and then once your robot is fully prepared, pneumatics are filled, batteries charged, then put it on the field. Once you put it on the field, that means you're ready to go. Before the match, as best practice, please put your phones in airplane mode prior to starting the match. This helps reduce radio noise. It also helps us know that you're not cheating or like texting someone during the match. Especially if you plan on recording the match, we'll need to check that your phone is in airplane mode. Also, make sure your robot is starting within the 18 by 18 by 18 size restraint. And then just make sure your battery's plugged in. I know there's a number of teams that like forget to plug their battery in. So just make sure your battery's plugged in. Also, every robot has one preload. If you don't have a spot to put it in your robot, just at least make sure it's touching the side of your robot somewhere. Also, the parking perimeters, make sure your robot is physically touching it. It can be a zip tie or a wheel touching it. Just make sure it's touching the parking zone.
Okay, as you know, the autonomous period is the first 15 seconds where the robots drive autonomously without any driver control. After autonomous is done, we'll score. If you have any questions about the score, please stop us before we start driver period, because once drivers started, we can't adjust anything. If you think we've miscounted, stop, let the head refs know, and then we'll stop and count again for autonomous to determine who gets the bonus. If there are any violations on your team, the other side wins the autonomous bonus. If you both violate, no one gets a bonus. So during autonomous, you cannot cross the line. So if your robot touches a tile on the other side of the autonomous line, you have committed violation and autonomous goes to the other side. If you touch a ball and the ball rolls to the other side, then a lot of nasty things can happen. If the ball touches a robot that is stationary, we're okay. But if the ball rolls across and touches a robot that is moving, that is an automatic violation, and you lose the autonomous. We have no discretion in this. So if you touch a ball and it rolls, that's a problem. If your robot crosses the line and touches another robot or touches a ball, not only do you lose the autonomous bonus, but the other team also receives the autonomous win point. Those are the crazy rules about autonomous. Again, the most important part is after we've scored autonomous, if you disagree, you must stop us immediately before we start driver. Once drivers start, then there's nothing we can do about going back.
Okay, so for driver period, or driver control period, if you find that your robot stops moving in the middle of a match, do not unplug from field control unless specified from one of us. Please be careful not to eject blocks during matches. So a lot of teams like to ram into these match loaders. Be careful when you do that. If you ram it hard enough, the blocks will fly out of the top. So regardless of if it's intentional or unintentional, any block that is knocked out of the field will be a minor SG9 violation. So just be careful over match loading. Also, when you're putting the preloads into the match loader, be careful. Just to be fair, 1 block per hand. So at most, you should be holding 2 blocks. And then if there are already 6 blocks in the match loader, you cannot introduce a 7th. You can only introduce a block into the match loader if there are 5 or less blocks in there. And then for pinning, so there's a number of scenarios where it would be considered pinning or holding or trapping. So this year, it's 3 seconds. So if you are being trapped by a robot like in the corner or on the long goals or short goals, we will count for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, one of us will determine whether it's minor or major violation, depending on how severe it was. But yeah, just be careful about pinning or blocking. If you have a route to, like, let's say you call out pinning, like a robot's pushing you and you call out pinning. If you have a route to escape, that's not pinning. You're not being forced into a corner. But if you are like in a corner and a robot's blocking any route for escape, we will count pinning. Once you get to 3 seconds, you have to block out. If you don't leave, then yeah, that'll escalate. So yeah, once we call out 3 seconds, you must leave. Also, for park zones, the last 20 seconds, they are protected. So if you are like blue team and you're over here and it's like 15 seconds and you touch the zone, that will be a minor violation. So be very careful if you are the opposing team when you're driving around a parking zone. Just be careful not to touch them after 20 seconds. We will warn you around like 25 seconds. So just be careful of that. After the match. Oh, goalkeeping.
Okay, there's another piece called goalkeeping, which is the most fun part of this adventure. If you have a pin or a wing and you place it inside of the goal, you must be actively moving a block to be in here. You are not allowed to place your pin in and just mill around and play defense. That's a violation. If you are inside waving around looking to find a block, can't do it either. You have to be touching a block and moving it, like so. If your wing is inside, we will tell you to get out. You've got about half a second to get out. If you continue to stay there and just kind of mill around, that's a goalkeeping violation. Even worse, because goalkeeping is naturally a defensive motion, if you're inside of here and someone bumps your robot and your robot breaks the plane and gets inside of the protected zone, that's a violation on you because you were already here in the first place. So please be very careful about putting your wing in, and if we ask you to get out, please get out promptly.
Okay, one more for driver control. This is an interactive game, so be aware that robots will be bumping each other. There will be a lot of defense. So just know that it's an interactive game. After the match, please do not touch anything after the match. Once the match ends, drop your controller. Do not unplug. That's pretty much it. We'll score it, and then if you have any questions, please let us know before we leave the field.
So after the match, the scorekeeper refs will show the counts to you. If you disagree with the counts, tell us right away, and we'll count it again. If there are any violations, either Sawyer or I will approach the team, tell them whether it's a major or minor, what the violation was, and we can discuss it there. But don't leave the field. Don't unplug. And after everything is resolved and everyone has agreed on the score, we will submit the score. And then you can unplug your controllers. Please throw the cables back into the field. We're going to try not to break the cables. If people step on them, it kind of slows down the day. So we'd appreciate it if you could do that, just to help things move a little bit better. Oh, one last thing. This year for no-shows, if your partner doesn't appear on the field, it's considered a no-show. Your partner is defined as the robot. So in previous years, if you've played before, if my robot's not functional, I could send a representative to the field so that my partner doesn't get a no-show. This year, it actually has to be the physical robot. So your partner's physical robot must be present at the field to avoid a no-show. Okay, do we have any questions? Nothing? Easy crowd this year. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Match schedules are printed and
For those of you that are using VexVia to check the match schedule, just so you guys know, it is missing some matches right now. We are aware of that. It is correct on robot events or on the paper match schedules we handed out, so go off of that instead of VexVia currently. Thank you.
okay, if no questions, head for the pits. Thank you, good luck today. Any questions, come find me, Sawyer, or Zeke. Have a great one.
All right, we have qualification number 1. On the red lines, we have 66778X accessing Paling, Arizona. 134818 Asvar from Mesa, Arizona. And on the blue lines, we have 92610A Machine Co. and 92610B Auto Max, both from Tucson, Arizona. Alright, starting auto in 3, 2, 1. We have 6678X driving 3 blocks, going to the match loader. 134818 grabbing 2 blocks, going back to the parking zone. 6678X scores 3 and gets 1 in that control zone. And that looks like it's the end of auto. We see a red wing for auto. Ready? Okay. Starting driver in 3, 2, 1. 66778X going for that match loader, dropping those blocks out. Well, 134818, their alliance goes and scores 1 block on that middle goal. We see the blue alliance trying to get blocks out of that middle goal, while the other one is stuck at their parking zone. 66778X looking to score on the second long goal. Let's get 2 while the 92610A gets 1 as well. 66778X clearing out the second match loader. 134818 scores another block on that middle goal. 667X filling up their robot with 4 blocks and scoring on that long goal. And they score around 4, all 4 of them. They're going on that other side, grabbing more blocks to fill up their robot. Looks like they're trying to get as many blocks as they can. As we see 92610A trying to get that block into the long goal. Well, 678X Axis scoring 2 more blocks on that long goal. Looks like their line partner 134818 trying to get more blocks to score in the long goal. Well, Axis is trying to get more blocks in their robot to score on this close long goal. 92610B stuck near their parking zone. Looks like something wrong with their drivetrain. 92610A trying to score on that low goal, but is not able to. 6678X is trying to de-score those 2 blocks, and they do get those 2 blocks out of the long goal, getting full red domination over these 2 long goals, and scoring 3 more blocks on that long goal. We see 92610A parked in their parking zone and 134818 parking as well. And this looks like the end of qualification match number 1. Alright, now we have qualification number 2. On the red alliance, we have 11122A Sentinels from Chandler, Arizona, and their alliance partner 31247E Saber from Chandler, Arizona as well. And on the blue alliance, we have 38029B ISA Robotics from Scottsdale, Arizona, and their alliance partner 3412A VRC in Paradise from Phoenix, Arizona. Getting the thumbs up from the teams. Starting auto in 3, 2, 1. 31247E Saber grabs 2 blocks into their bot, goes over to that top goal, scores it. We see 34212A crossing the line. Saber scores 2 more blocks into that. 4 blocks into that long goal, but does get 1 blue block in that goal.
Alright. Okay, red wins Auton, blue because blue crossed the line.
Alright, looks like a blue Auton or red Auton victory. Okay. Starting driver in 3, 2, 1. We see Saber pushing those blocks into the control zone and clearing out that match loader so they can get their blocks in. We see 3124A trying to get some blocks into that low goal. Well, we see their lines partner 38029B cracks 2 blocks into that long goal. Looks like Saber probably disconnected. 38029B grabbing more blocks and trying to score them into the long goal. And they do. They get 2 more blocks into the long goal. While their lines 11122A trying to defend that long goal from 38029B. Looks like they're getting stuck on the block. Looks like Saber is back in the game. Match loading, clearing that match loader. Looks like they have 3 blocks in their intake, and they score all 3 into the long goal. Looks like Saber getting more blocks into their goal, into their bot. Saber going onto the other side of the field, grabbing more blocks to possibly scoring on that long goal. Saber grabbing more blocks from that match loader and scoring them onto this long goal on the far side. We got 3 blocks on that far side long goal. Well, 38029B gets 1 more block in this close long goal. Saber trying to defend this close long goal from there. 11122A Centennials trying to move around on that field. Saber going for a park. 38029B goes for that park and does get that. We have results from qualification number 1, 101-8 in favor of the Red Alliance. Alright, we have qualification number 3. We have 66556Z nameless on the Red Alliance and their alliance partner 13481P White. And on the Blue Alliance we have 9636A Still Thinking and 9636C Bing Thinking. Alright, we're on qualification match number 3. Starting on time in 3, 2, 1. You see Nameless grabs 2 blocks going to that match loader, grabs 3 of the red blocks and scores 1, but unfortunately does not get the rest. Looks like they're trying to go for that middle goal, but only gets 1. They grab 3 from this close match and gets 1 into the long goal. Alright, moving on to driver in 3, 2, 1. Nameless scoring blocks, gets it into that long goal control zone. Scoring 2 blocks into that lower goal, grabbing more blocks, while 9636C match loading into their basket bot. Nick pushes those blocks into that control zone, gets heavily defended by 9636A. Nameless getting fully defended by the Blue Alliance. 9636C has a lot of blocks into their basket. The Blue Alliance is trying to heavily defend Nick. Fortunately, is looking to be very successful for the Blue Alliance. 9636C experienced some backlash from Nick. Nameless trying to get 9636C off their back. Fully trying to defend them to get some blocks into their long goal. 9636A and 9636C being a double team, trying 9636C scoring 3 blocks into their long goal. Nameless being pinged onto the match loader, but they got freed. The Blue Alliance is slowly getting blocks. Oh, gets descored by Nameless. Nameless is running around the field trying to escape the Blue Alliance's defense. The Blue Alliance looks like trying to line up. Nameless descores the last blue block on the long goal. 9636H pushing Nameless away from the long goal so they can't score. He scores 4 blocks into the long goal, continuing to match load and fill up their robot. Scores 4 more blocks into that long goal, goes for a part. We have results from qualification match number 2, 78-26 in favor of the Red Alliance. Alright, we're on qualification number 4 on the Red Alliance. We're at 167188 Vextra and their alliance partner 47510 MXM. On the Blue Alliance, we have 45650A Electric Howl and their alliance partner 92610D Vex Virgin. Alright, getting thumbs up from the Red Alliance. Thumbs up from the Blue Alliance. Starting on a 3, 2, 1. 167188 grabs 3 blocks from the middle. Goes over to that long goal slowly. Grabs 3 more blocks from that match loader. They get 3 blocks onto that long goal. Alright, starting driving 3, 2, 1. 167188 trying to get more blocks to score into that long goal while their line partner 47510 MXM tries to score on this close long goal. Well, we see the Blue Alliance scores 1 block into this long goal. 167188 Vextra getting match loading more blocks into their robot to score into that far long goal. Gets 2 more. We see 92610D scores 1 block into this lower goal, while their line partner 45650A Electric Howl gets 1 block into the long goal. 92610G trying to get more blocks into the lower goal. 167188 Vextra tries to get blocks into the lower goal. Looks like their intake is jamming. Vextra goes over to this close long goal, scores 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks into the long goal, gaining the control zone for Reg. They're match loading 2 more blocks into their robot to score into this long goal. They clearing out the match loader out of the blue block so they can match load easier. 92610D seeing heavy defense from MXM, while 167181AA scores 1 more block into the lower goal, making it even for blue on that lower goal. Looks like they're trying to get 1 more block into that lower goal, giving Reg the lower control bonus. Reg trying to get in a park in their parking zone. Looks like 92610D trying to get 2 more blocks into that lower goal. While their alliance partner Vextra trying to get more blocks to score, while MXM tries to get a park, but it looks like it's not successful. For qualification number 3, we have 92-8 in favor of the Red Alliance. Moving on to qualification number 5. On the Red Alliance, we have 49131A Supernovas, 13481S Indecisive. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 47510S Quasar and their alliance partner 13481U Poorly Planned. Alright, getting thumbs up from the teams. Alright, starting Auton in 3, 2, 1. Quasar going for that match loader. Tries to get their blocks out, but only gets 1 while they're on 13481S. Tries to score on that middle goal, but does not get it. Looks like no blocks were scored in this Auton. Looks like it's an Auton tie. Starting driver in 3, 2, 1. 13481S trying to go for that match loader, get their blocks. Well, we see Quasar on the other side trying to do the same thing. 13481S getting a lot of blocks into their basketball. While we see on the other side 49131A trying to get blocks from that match loader. Looks like they're trying to defend 13481U from scoring on the long goal. We see Quasar scoring 5 blocks on that close long goal and pushing them in to get that long control bonus. Looks like they're about to try and score a lot more blocks into that control zone, and looks like they do successfully do that. 13481S trying to cycle their blocks out to their color so they can score it on the long goal. Where we see 13481U trying to grab blocks so they can score them. And on the other side, we see 49131A trying to score more blocks into the long goal. And they do. While Quasar on the other side gets 3 blocks. Looks like they're trying to push that into the control zone. And they do get that control zone on the other side. While we see on this close side, long goal, we see that it's an equal match between red and blue for that control zone. Quasar going for that for that middle goal, getting 2 on that high and 2 on that lower. We see Quasar trying to push the red blocks out to get full control for blue. And looks like a big D score from Quasar on this close long goal. And we see on that far long goal, 49131A trying to get blocks to score in that long goal. Quasar gets 1 more block into that long goal, trying to push them into the control center. 13481S trying to get blocks into that top middle goal. 13481U gets the park, while on the other side, 49131A trying to get into that park zone, but it looks like it does not work. So, here, go back. This is your code, right? Go to the left, and then just run it.
Yeah,
you're
okay.
right.
Yeah.
Alright, we're on qualification number 6. On the red lines, we have 92610B Automax and their line partner 45650A Electric Howl. On the blue lines, we have 47510M MXM and their line partner 3412A BRC in Paradise.
Blue Alliance, you can only have 3 teams, or 3, sorry, 3 team members.
Pick your best 3.
Best 3 per team.
Getting the thumbs up. Starting auto in 3, 2, 1. Looks like some movement on the blue alliance. 3-4-1-2-A. In takes 2 blocks. Going for that lower goal. And they do get 1 block into that lower goal, looking like a blue wing Auton. Looks like a blue Auton wing. Moving on to driver into 3, 2, 1. Looks like MXM going for those middle blue blocks into their robot, while the red alliance 92610B trying to score into that lower goal, while 3412A tries to get more blue blocks into that lower goal, and they do get 1 more, while MXM gets 1 block into that long goal. MXM grabbing more blocks, going for that long goal, misses 1 block, does get 1 block into that long goal. 425650A running into their alliance partner, while 34120A gets 1 more block into that lower goal, giving blue 3 blocks into that lower goal. MXM on the other side gets 1 more block into that long goal. Looks like 92610A trying to defend MXM. Red Alliance going for MXM, seeing him as a threat. 34120A trying to get blocks into that upper middle goal. MXM experiencing defense from 45650A. MXM pushes 2 blue blocks into that control zone. 34120A gets another block into that lower goal, giving blue 4 blocks into that lower goal. Looks like 34120A is trying to get more blocks. Experiencing defense from 45650A. MXM grabbing more blocks into their robot, trying to see if they can score more blue blocks. 3412A trying to get more blocks into that lower goal for blue. MXM looks like they're going for a park, and it looks like they do get the park. We have results from qualification 5, 14-86 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Alright, moving on to the qualification number 7. We have 9636A and 92610A on the Red Alliance. While on the Blue Alliance, we have 31247E and 13481U on the Blue Alliance.
Alright, Red Alliance. Safety glasses. Okay. Red Alliance, you guys ready? Okay, Blue Alliance, you guys ready?
Alright, getting the thumbs up. Starting auto in 3, 2, 1. Saber going for the 3 middle blocks. Going for that upper long goal. Gets 2 on that middle goal. Goes for that match lure. Only has 1 in that long goal. 92610A tries to get that long goal, but unfortunately does not get a block in there. Looks like a blue Auton wing. Moving on to driver in 3, 2, 1. Saber gets that block deeper into that long goal, clears out that match lure of their blue blocks. Well, 92610A trying to do the same on that other side. Well, on the right line, we have 9636A trying to grab blocks to score onto that middle goal. Well, 13481U tries to put their blocks into that lower goal. 9636A gets 1 more block into that lower goal. Well, Saber is filling up that long goal, getting it full of blue while they continue to match them, pushing their blocks into that long goal. 92610A trying to clear out these match lures of red blocks to score. Well, Saber comes over to this close side, scores 6 blocks into this long goal, getting defended by 9636A, still thinking. We have 13481U going to the other side, trying to grab blocks to score, while 92610A is still struggling to clear out this match lugger. Looks like a tip from 9636A. Saber trying to get more blocks into their robot to score on these goals. They're going on that far side. Long goal, grabbing more blocks to score. 926.08 still struggling to get that match lure cleared. Well, Saber scores 2 more blocks on that far side. Saber looking for more blocks on these fielders to score. Grabs 2 more blocks. Well, 926.08 still struggling from that match loader. 13481 still score a block and gets it, while Saber scores 1 more block on that middle goal. Thanks for another one on that top middle goal. 926.08 trying to go for a park, and they do get it. Saber looks like they disconnected. Looks like a quiet end to this match.
Scorekeepers. Yeah, I mean, you were watching longer than I was, so.
I'm gonna say not egregious. I did see blue.
All right, moving on to the next qualification match. We have on the regular lines 13481S and their alliance partner 38029B. While on the blue alliance, we have 66556Z nameless and their alliance partner 16718A.
Red Alliance, you guys ready?
Getting thumbs up from the red and blue alliance. Moving on to Auto in 3, 2, 1. You see nameless grabbing 3 blocks from that middle goal. 13481S grabbing blocks into their basket, trying to score in that middle goal. Looks like they're missing. Nameless misses that match loader, but does get 4 into that long goal, getting them the control bonus. And Nameless scores 1 on that top goal. 167-188 filled up their block with blue blocks.
Okay, blue wins autonomous bonus.
Looking like a blue auto wing. Moving on to driver in 3, 2, 1. Nameless trying to put their blocks into that control zone. 13481S trying to cycle blocks into their basket. Well, Nameless's line partner 167-188 scoring on this close long goal. Looks like Vextra's trying to push their blocks into the control zone. They do get 1, and they do get 2 more. 13481S trying to match load. Looks like they probably disconnected. Nameless moving around the field, trying to push their blocks deeper into this control zone. Looks like 38029B trying to defend Nameless. Looks like the Blue Alliance is dominating this match right now. Nameless looks like they're stuck on that top middle goal. Now looks like they got him free. Gets two, kicks out that one red block. These two, 16718A and 38029B, defending each other on this close long goal, while Nameless on that far side tries to score blocks into that goal. Nameless clearing out that match leader of red blocks and getting more blue blocks into their robot. Looks like some pinging action over here on this close long goal. Nameless pushing their blocks deeper into this control zone. Looks like they're trying to prevent the red lines from getting their blocks out of the long goal. Nameless playing defense on the red alliance. 38029B experiencing heavy defense from both these alliance partners from blue, while Nameless tries to grab more blocks and score on that far goal. Nameless moving around the field like the Flash, scores 6 or 7 blocks onto this long goal, clearing out this match logger on their side, while 38029B scores 1 block on their far side long goal, trying to go for a park. Nameless scores 7 more blocks onto that long goal. Looks like qualification number 7, 8-21 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Alright, moving on to the next qualification match, we have 92610D and their alliance partner 66778X on the red alliance, while on the blue alliance we have 13481P and 49131A. Getting thumbs up from both sides. Moving on to auto in 3, 2, 1. The Axis grabs 3 blocks from that middle, goes over to that long goal, gets 3 blocks out of their match logger and scores all 3. Oh, still has 2, knocks them out, pushes the red blocks into that control center. Looks like a Reg Auton wing. Moving on to driver in 3, 2, 1. Axis trying to get more blocks into their robot, while their alliance partner not 2610D trying to get blocks into that lower goal. We have 49131A scoring 1 block into that long goal. Axis match loading from their alliance partner section to get more blocks into their robot to try and get to this long goal. Axis gets 3 blocks into this long goal, while 49131A tries to get another blue block into this long goal. Axis alliance partner 92610D trying to get blocks into that lower goal. Looks like 13481P stuck on that far long goal. Axis defending 49131A from their long goal. Axis match loading 6 blocks into their robot to score onto this close long goal, and they score all 6 into this long, 7 into the long goal. Axis moving around the block, trying to get more blocks, while 49-131A trying to get blocks into this long goal to get some blue blocks in there. 49-131A trying to match load blocks. Axis over here trying to grab more blocks to go onto the other side. 92610D experiencing heavy defense from 49131A. Axis scores 2 blocks on that lower goal, grabbing more on the field. 49131A trying to score blocks into that long goal, while Axis is on that other side trying to grab more blocks. It's like 1-3-4-1 is back in the game. Axis in the blue alliance parking zone. Looks like 49131A misses their block toward the long goal. Axis is trying to grab more blocks to score into that middle goal, and they do try and get blocks in there, but they do get 3 in that middle. The blue line's trying to go for a park. We have results from the last qualification match, 6-1-12 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Alright, moving on to the next match. We have on the red alliance 47510S Quasar and their alliance partner 9636C Bing Thinking, while on the blue alliance we have 11122A Sentinels and their alliance partner 134818 Asvar. Getting thumbs up from both the alliance. Going on to auto in 3, 2, 1. Quasar going to that match loader, getting blocks, gets 3 of their blocks, clears out the blue as well. Looks like they score 1. Unfortunately, they do not get the rest of their red blocks, but they do push that red block into the control zone. Looks like a red Octong wing. Moving on to driver in 3, 2, 1. Quasar match loading blocks. It's their alliance partner 9636C trying to match load on this side too, while the blue alliance 134881A trying to grab blocks, while their alliance partner 1122A is trying to do the same. Quasar grabbing blocks from their side of the field, while 9636A filling up their basket with blocks. Quasar scoring 3, 4, 5 blocks into that long goal, pushing them into the control zone. Well, not 134818 trying to play some defense onto Quasar. 9636C trying to score on this close far long goal. 1122A trying to get more blocks, while 134818 trying to score on this long goal. 96360 scores another block, while Quasar scores 4 blocks onto that middle goal. 134818 scoring 1 block onto that long goal, while 11228 is attempting to score on that lower goal. 96360 trying to get blocks into that control zone for Reg on this close ball long goal, while 11228 gets 1 block in that lower goal. Quasar moving over to help their alliance partner push them in. Unfortunately, they do get 1 block of theirs out, while 134818 gets 2 blocks into that long goal, while Quasar comes in to push those blocks out. 1 blue block falls out. Quasar playing defense on 134818, while 96363 trying to match them for Reg blocks. 134818 on this Reg line side, while Quasar scores 2 blocks onto that lower goal. Quasar trying to go for a park. 134818 trying to get more blocks to score, while 11228 trying to move over to their alliance partner. 96360 going for a park. Quasar trying to help them. Blue trying to hit the wrong team. Qualification number 9 Zags. We have 104-6 in favor of the Red Alliance. Alright, moving on to the next qualification match. We have on the Red Alliance 491318 and their alliance partner 92610B. While on the Blue Alliance we have 66556Z and their alliance partner 31247E. The green from the teams. Moving on into auto in 3, 2, 1. Nameless grabs 3 blocks from that middle, gets 1 from that below that long goal. Saber gets 1 into that middle goal. while Nameless scores 4 into this long goal. Saber scoring, gets 1 of their block while Nameless scores 3 onto that lower goal. Nameless pushing their blocks into that control zone. Blue winning the odd top bonus in AWP, moving on to drivers in 3, 2, 1. Saber going to that match loader, trying to get more blue blocks, while Nameless push their blocks deeper into this long goal, grabbing more blocks, while 49131A trying to get bright blocks out of that match loader and scoring them onto the long goal, while 92610B trying to get blocks and defend Nameless, while Saber trying to unfortunately get stuck on that long goal, while Nameless pushes their blocks into the control zone. 49131A trying to grab more blocks to score. Nameless moving around the field, flings 1 block out of that middle goal. They do get 3 blocks into that top middle goal. Nameless moving around the field like the Flash, pushing Saber out of there, and they're not stuck anymore. Nameless grabbing more blocks while Saber defends 49131A. Nameless scoring for 1 more block on that lower goal, trying to get more blocks into this close long goal. Saber defending 49131A. While Nameless is on this other side, filling up this long goal, pushing it into that control zone. While 92610B trying to defend Nameless, but they're unfortunately too slow to do so. Nameless has a robot full of red blocks. Saber scores 4 blocks onto that long goal, while 49131A trying to clear that match loader so they can match load. Nameless scores another block on this close match long goal, match loading for their blue blocks to push it into this into these goals. 49131A trying to score into that low goal, while Saber gets 4 blocks to try and score. Unfortunately, misses both of them. Saber moving around the field, trying to find more blocks before 49131A trying to get apart. Nameless filling up this long goal, pushing the 2 red blocks deeper into this goal. Nameless going for a park. Looks like the end of this qualification match. Last qualification match, 97-9 in favor of the Red Alliance. Alright, on to the next qualification match. We have 47510M and their alliance partner 13481A. While on the blue alliance, we have 13481S and their alliance partner 9636A. Getting the green from the red and blue alliance. Moving on into auto in 3, 2, 1. Red moving toward those 3 blocks in the middle while 13481S tries to grab those blocks. Tries to score onto that middle goal. Unfortunately does not make it while the 2 other red alliance are moving still. Looking like an auto tie. Moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. 13481A trying to grab those blocks while 47510M grabs those middle blocks to try and score them. Defending 9636A from their goal to try and score it from the long goal. While their alliance partner 13481S trying to protect them from MXM. While we see 13481A trying to score onto that middle goal. We see MXM scoring 3 blocks onto that long goal while 13481S tries to score on that far goal, getting 1 block into there. While MXM pushes those red blocks in, but unfortunately does not. Ooh, looks like an almost near tip to 9636A. 13481S trying to push their block into that control center while 13481A takes 2 blocks onto that top goal. MXM trying to push their blocks into that control center while 13481S gets their block into that control center on the far side. Trying to grab more blocks. 13481A trying to grab more blocks to put in that long goal on that top middle goal. MXM pushing their blocks into this control center. Well, there seems to be a little clash between the blue lines near that middle center. 13481S grabbing blocks into their basket. Getting defended by MXM. 2 blocks onto that top middle goal from 9636A. Well, oh, and that one right block gets flung out. 96368 moving around the field, trying to find some blocks to score. 13481 trying to get blocks into that goal. MXM defending them. Well, 134818 defending that middle goal, trying to prevent 96368 from going into that lower goal. Unfortunately, they do get that lower goal. 96368 going for that park. 134818 trying to get into a park, while 134818 as the MXM trying to fight for that long goal. Last qualification match, 16 to 120 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Alright, moving on to the next qualification match on the Red Alliance. So we have 38029B and their alliance partner 9636C. While on the Blue Alliance, we have 66778X and their alliance partner 45650A. Getting the thumbs up from both the alliance. Moving on into auto in 3, 2, 1. We got Axis going for those 3 blocks. We got 9636A slamming into this wall while 38029B gets 1. Axis scoring 7 blocks onto this long goal and trying to push them in, but unfortunately do not get it deeper into this long goal. Let Reg winning on the bonus due to a violation. Moving on into drivers in 3, 2, 1. 3802 trying to grab more blocks while their line starting 9636C. Grabbing, clearing that match loader to put into their basket. We got Axis filling up their robot to fill into this long goal. Scoring around 6 blocks into that long goal, while their alliance partner 45650A trying to clean out their side of the match loader to score. Axis nearly tipping by 38029B. 38029B tips over from Axis. 9636C trying to clear this blue goal to fill up with their reg. Gets one reg block. 45650A gets one block into that long goal, trying to get another while Axis scores 2 onto that lower goal, pushing that reg block out. While 9636C trying to de-score some of these blocks and does get 3 blocks out of there, while Axis is on this side trying to help out their alliance partner. While 9636C trying to push these blue blocks out of the long goal to try and get them some hope of this close goal. And they do get 3 blocks out of there, while Axis goes on to that other side, gets more blocks in there, and pushes it in. While we have 45650A trying to get more blocks scoring to this long goal, while 9636C still trying to clear this long goal. While 45650A gets another one. 9636C trying to get their blocks into this long goal, while Axis moves around the field to move that right block out of that long goal. 9636C gets another 2 blocks into this long goal, while Axis alliance partner 45650A goes for the park. Axis scores 3 red blocks, giving blue major control of this close long goal. 9636C tried to go for a park, but did not have enough time. Last qualification match, 32-49 in favor of the Blue Alliance. On to the next match. On the Red Alliance, we have 92610D and their sister team 92610A. While on the Blue Alliance, we have 47510S and their alliance partner 11122A. Getting the thumbs up from both teams. Alright, moving into auto in 3, 2, 1. Quiz are going for that match loader, try and clear their blocks out of there, and they do fully clear that match loader, going for that long goal. Well, we have 92610A scoring 1 onto that long goal, while Quasar on this close goal pushes their blocks into the control zone. Giving blue the autom bonus. Moving on to drivers in 3, 2, 1. Quasar going for those match loaders, while 1122A tries to grab more blocks to score, while 92610D tries to go for that lower goal, while their alliance partner 92610A tries to go for those match loaders. Quasar filling up this long goal, while 92610A gets one more blocking their long goal. Quasar moving around the field, trying to grab more blocks to score, while 92610D tries to score blocks into that lower goal. Quasar filling up their robot to try and score into that middle goal, while their alliance partner 11228 trying to grab blocks to score, while 92610A trying to fill up that long goal. Quasar getting four blocks into that middle goal, going for that match loader on their side to grab more blue blocks. 92610A getting another block into that long goal, while 11228 trying to get that lower goal with some blue blocks. Quasar lining up to fill. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 of their blocks. Gets one right in there. Gets another blue and pushes them in. While 92610A trying to push their blocks deeper into the control zone. While 47510 has match loading to fill up their robot to complete that long goal to try and fill it with blue. Scores around 5 blocks into that long goal, pushing some reg out. 92610D trying to get blocks and fight back. While their alliance partner 92610A trying to score on that lower goal. 1122A trying to get into that parking zone. Looks like they're trying to line up for a double park, while 92610A scores another one. Quasar trying to figure out a way to park into that zone. 92610A gets the park. Looks like they're trying to get their alliance partner to join them too. Moving on to the next match, we have on the regular lines 13481U and their alliance partner 3412A, while on the blue alliance we have 13481P and 16718A. Getting thumbs up from the red alliance, thumbs up from the blue alliance. Moving on into auto in 3, 2, 1. 16718 grabs 3 blocks, while 13481P staying still. 34128 just staying still as well. While 16718 gets 1, 2, 3 onto that long goal. Blue getting the odd time, moving on to drivers in 3, 2, 1. 16718 grabbing more blocks from that match loader, puts 2 more, gets another one into that long goal. While on the other side we have 13481P trying to defend 3412A. Well, 13481U tries to score on the long goal, but looks like they're having some troubles. Well, 16781AA keeps filling up that long goal. Gets another filling up that long goal to make it full of blue, and then continues to match load. Well, 34128 tries to get some red blocks into their lower goal. Well, 13481P trying to defend them. 13481U trying to grab blocks. They're scoring to that long goal. Looks like they tipped over by themselves. 16718 scoring 2 blocks onto the upper middle goal, while 34218 is defending 13481P. 16718 getting 3 blocks onto that long goal. Looks like they're trying to try and push it in, grabbing more blocks. 13481P trying to defend from 34128. 16718 getting 1 block onto that lower goal. 13481P defending 34128, while 16718 takes over the whole field, grabbing blocks wherever they want. Match loading on the opponent's side, match loaders clearing those blocks and grabbing their own. while 13481P tries to push the block into that middle goal, while 34128 is standing still, probably disconnected. 167188 grabs, gets one more into that lower goal, moving around the field, possibly trying to park with their alliance. And they do successfully park. Looking like a clear blue victory for this match. On qualification 14, we have 20 to 118 in favor of the Blue Alliance. All right, moving on to the next match. We have 66556Z Nameless and 47510S Quasar on the Red Alliance, while on the Blue Alliance we have 45650A Electric Howl and their alliance partner 92610B Automax. Getting thumbs up from both the alliance. Okay, moving on to auto in 3, 2, 1. Nameless goes for those 3 middle blocks while Quasar, their alliance partner, goes to clear out this match loader. Unfortunately, do not get any blocks. Well, Nameless scores 4 blocks. Tries to get that match loader, but unfortunately they do not. Quasar gets 1 block onto this long goal. Quasar scoring 2 blocks onto that upper middle goal. Nameless looking like they possibly crossed. Looking like a Reg Auton victory. And they do get that AWP. Moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. Quasar going over to this match leader, trying to clear their blocks that they're getting in during the Auton period. Name is moving around the field, grabbing blocks all over the field, while the Blue Alliance is trying heavily to score on that goal. 92610B Automax trying to defend Nameless. Nameless filling up that long goal, clearing out that match leader with more red blocks. Well, 45650A Electric Howl trying to score blocks onto this long goal. Quasar grabbing blocks all over the field. The Blue Alliance does get one on this long goal. Quasar filling up this close long goal with their red blocks. Nameless moving around the field, trying to fill up all the goals filled with red. While 45650A trying to clear out their match loader, while their alliance partner 92610P trying to get blocks into that lower goal. Nameless moving around the field, trying to clear out their match loader. Quasar scoring one more, kicking out that blue from that long goal. Quasar trying to grab more red blocks all over the field. Nameless trying to score into that lower goal. Does get 2 into that lower goal. Blue trying to fight back. 92610P trying to get another blue block into there and pushes it in, while Quasar trying to score blocks into this long goal. Nameless match loads, gets more, fills up that top middle goal. Well, 45650A scores one more blue block into that long goal. Nameless clearing out the lower goal, making it all red. All these goals are filled with red, while Nameless tries to go for a park. The Blue Alliance trying to save what they can, going for a park. Quasar trying to go for a park as well, trying to make a double park. Looking like a heavily red dominating match right now. Oh, Nameless possibly getting stuck. On qualification 15, 3 to 105 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Looks like we got results for qualification 16. A major domination from Reg, 179 to 3. Probably one of the most high scoring matches we're gonna have today. Moving on to the next qualification match, we have 16718A and their alliance partner 3412A on the Red Alliance. While on the Blue Alliance, we have 13481S and 9636C.
Yeah, can you? Football team plus the kicker. That came out of my robot? No, he's on this map. Oh, okay.
Getting thumbs up from both the teams. Moving on into auto in 3, 2, 1. 167, going for those 3 blocks. 13481 as grabs some blocks from those middle goals, trying to score into the middle. 19636C hits that field wall. 167, grabs those blocks from the match, but only scores 1 into that long goal. Looking like a red Auton wing. Moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. 167, trying to fill up that long goal with the red blocks that they have. While 3412A tries to score blocks into those middle goals. While on the other side, 13481S trying to get more blocks into their basket. While 9636C trying to clear out that match loader, get more blocks. 167, tries to match load blocks into their robot. While 13481S scores 3 blocks into that upper middle goal. 167, facing heavy defense from 13481S. While their blind partner 9636C filling up that basket with all blue blocks. Well, on this side, 167, grabbing more red blocks to score onto this long goal. Well, 9636C scores 1 blue block. 34128 defending 13481S. On this side, 9636C trying to score blocks, but 167 is not letting them score and defending this long goal, keeping it all red. While on the other side, 13481S trying to clear those long goal with red, trying to clear the red and put blue in there. 9636C facing heavy defense from 3412A. 13481S trying to get more blocks, but 167 trying to fill that lower goal. Gets 3 into that lower goal, while the blue line gets 5 into that goal. 9636C keeps scoring those red blocks, hitting them out, giving blue another chance. 13148A trying to defend 13481S. 9636C defending 16718A. Trying to just defend 13412A, trying to get a parking. 13481S trying to get more blocks. 16781A trying to get more blocks into that red goal which they had lost from earlier. 9636C trying to prevent them from trying to do anything. From qualification 16, 179-3 in favor of the Red Alliance. Alright, moving on to the next qualification match. On the Red Alliance, we have 31247E and their alliance partner 13481U. While on the other side, on the Blue Alliance, we have 13481A and 13481P. Quick announcement, guys. This will be the last match that we are going to have before lunch. So, yeah. Getting thumbs up from the Red and Blue Alliance. We have 3 sister teams going against each other. All right. Moving on into auto in 3, 2, 1. Saber going from those 3 middle blocks. Well, 1, 3, 4, 8, 1, 8. Try gets 1 block from that middle. Goes back. Saber gets 1 block into that upper middle goal. Match loading gets 1 block. Unfortunately, they do miss on that long goal. Reg winning odd time. Moving on to driver in 3, 2, 1. 1, 3, 4, 8. You trying to get blocks. Trying 1, 3, 4, 8 P. Trying to defend 1, 3, 8 4 U. Well, Saber match loading all their reg blocks that they have. 1, 3, 4, 8 1 P. Defending 1, 3, 4, 8 1 U. Well, on the other side, we have 1, 3, 4, 8 1 8 trying to score onto that long goal. While Saber is just filling up this close long goal with reg. On the other side, 1, 3, 4, 8 1 U is experiencing heavy defense from 1, 3, 4 1 P. While Saber is just filling up this long goal filled with reg. Well, 1, 3, 4, 8 1 A is trying to put some blue into this long goal. Saber goes onto the other side, fills up 4 on that long goal, and continues to match load to fill up their robot with their reg blocks. 1, 3, 4, 8 1 U trying to go into that lower goal, while 1, 3, 4, 8 1 A trying to get into that middle one. 1, 3, 4, 8 1 P trying to defend 1, 3, 4, 8 1 U, while Saber just continues to score, hits those blocks in, gets more into their robot to score into that long goal. 1, 3, 4, 8 1 P just defending 1, 3, 8 4 1 U. Saber grabbing more blocks to try and score. Well, on that middle we have 1 blue, 1 red up top. Well, Saber makes it 2, 3 red on the top, giving them that bonus. Saber grabbing more blocks around the field while 1, 3, 4, 8 1 A, 1, 3, 4, 8 1 P trying to defend the opponent alliance. Looks like it's not working out really well. 1, 3, 4, 8 1 U going for a park while Saber is trying to score into that lower goal. 1, 3, 4, 8 1 U trying to go for that park. Looks like they're trying really hard with 1, 3, 4, 8 1 P trying to go for the park, but their line's partner 1, 3, 4, 8 1 A pushing them in. 1, 3, 4, 8 1 U grabs that park. Saber grabbing more blocks to score. Ball position 17, we have 81 to 37 in favor of the Red Alliance.
Thank you.
Have fun at lunch, guys. An hour. So we will.
1 o'clock. You got till 1 o'clock.
Attention folks, we are going to be resuming matches at 1 p.m. today. So have a nice lunch, guys. Welcome back, everyone. We're on qualification number 19. Red Alliance, we have 9636A, and their alliance partner 38029B. While on the other side, on the Blue Alliance, we have 92610A, and their alliance partner 92610D. All right, we're gonna go into auto in 3, 2, 1. We got some movement over here, 3802B. Trying to score on that long goal, but they do unfortunately miss. 92610A lining up for that long goal. And they do get one block into that long goal. Blue taking that odd time, moving on into drivers. 3, 2, 1. 93636A moving over to that long goal on that far side, trying to score that block. And then over here we have 92610D trying to score on that lower goal, while 92610A trying to clear out that match lower and get more blocks, while 38029B is over here on this long goal trying to get more blocks to score. 9636A playing heavy defense onto 92610D. Over here we got 38029B scoring another one into that long goal, well, we have on the other side 92610A still clearing out that match loader, trying to get more blocks. 38029B playing heavy defense on that robot, while 9636A is trying to match load from that far side match loader, trying to get some more blocks. 92610D can score another block onto that lower goal. 92610A going on that far side match loader, trying to get more blocks. 9636A trying to find a way to grab more blocks to score, while 9610D is protecting that lower goal, while 92610A is trying to get more blocks to score. 38029B moving around the field, trying to find more blocks. 92610A getting heavy defense from 9636A. That far long goal, no blocks have been scored. 38029B playing heavy defense on 92610D, looking like a big red lead over here on the long goals. 38029B trying to get another block into this long goal. 92610A parked in their parking zone. 92636A trying to get those blue blocks out of that lower zone. And then 38029B does get that park. Last qual 18, we had 124-3 in favor of the Red Alliance. Alright, next qualification number 20. On the Red Alliance, we have 49131A and their alliance partner 11122A. On the Blue Alliance, we have 47510M and their alliance partner 66778X. Getting a thumbs up from both alliances. Going into odd time in 3, 2, 1. Axis grabbing those 3 blocks, and then we go 49131A trying to move up, but they unfortunately don't moving up. Axis scoring 3, 4 blocks into that long goal, moving to try and push those further into that, and they do get that control bonus from that long goal, ending our odd time for this round. Blue getting that odd time, moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. 49131A going over to that other far side of the field to try and get more blocks. Well, Axis over here match loading to clear out that match loader. MXM scoring 3 blocks into that long goal, while 49131A scores 2 red blocks, gets 2 red blocks into that far goal. MXM trying to match load those blue blocks into their robot. Axis scoring 4 blocks into this long goal. 49131A trying to get another red block into that long goal, and they do get it, while MXM is on that other side trying to score 2 of those blue blocks that they have in their robot. Axis moving around the field trying to find blocks for him to intake, while 11122A trying to score into that middle goal, while Axis gets 1 block into that lower goal. Axis grabbing 2, 3, 4 blocks from this far side, while 49131A trying to grab blocks and play defense on MXM. Axis scoring 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks onto that long goal, making a full blue goal. 49131A playing defense on 47510M, while 1122A trying to grab more blocks. Axis is grabbing more and more blocks to try and fill up all these long goals. MXM clearing out that far long goal, and clearing it, making it all blue. Axis clearing that lower goal and making it 3 blue. MXM trying to get unstuck. Well, 1-1-2-2-8 and 4-9-1-3-1 are trying to find a way to get blocks and try and score them. MXM pushing those blocks into the control zone, while Axis over here on this upper middle goal to try and score that block they have in their robot. 4-9-1-3-1-A and 1-1-2-2-A are trying to get a double park going on, while MXM on the other side does get that park, and Axis is trying to join them in that parking zone. Last match, qualification 19, 33-39 in favor of the Blue Alliance. On qualification 21, we have 92610B and their alliance partner 9636C. While over on the Blue Alliance, we have 13481U and their alliance partner 38029B. Getting a thumbs up from our teams. Moving into auto in 3, 2, 1. We see 38029B moving over to that match loader, while 9636C is just over there stuck by the wall, and it looks like a pretty quiet odd time from there. That's the end of odd time. Looking like a tie. Moving into driver in 3, 2, 1. 92610B going over to that lower middle goal to try and get a few blocks in there. Well, 9636C match look is a few blocks into their basket and trying to find more to try and score into that long goal. Well, 38029B scores 2 blue blocks into that long goal. Well, we have 92610B over here by this match looker trying to find some blocks to score. Well, 13481U is trying to find blocks and scoring to those middle goals. 38029B tips over by 9636C. 9636C continues to score on those long blocks, getting 2 blocks onto that long goal. 13481U trying to grab more blocks so they can score. 9610B still controlling that lower middle goal. While 9636C is trying to push those blocks into the control zone. 13481U pushes one blue block into that lower middle goal. While 92610B is trying to get another one. 9636C match shooting on this far side, trying to get more blocks into their intake so they can score onto the other side. While we see 13481U trying to grab more blocks to try and score something on the field. And we have 92610B trying to grab these blocks under the long goal. While 966C trying to find more blocks that they can score. 13481U trying to find blocks so they can score. 966C on this long goal trying to score out that red block into the goal, and they do. While 1341U is trying to get a park down. 9636C trying to trying to score on that middle of time park. On that last qualification match, we have 0-118 in favor of the Blue Alliance. On our next match, we have 47510S Quasar and their alliance partner 31247E Saber. While on the Blue Alliance, we have 16718A Vextra and their alliance 66778X Axis on their Blue Alliance. All right, we're going to get started on qualification number 22. Game thumbs up. Moving into auto in 3, 2, 1. Quasar going over there on that far side to get that match loader. Well, we have 667 X Axis getting those blocks, trying to score them into gets 1 into that long goal, while Saber gets 2 on that upper middle goal and gets 1 into that long goal, while 167188 gets 4 into that long goal. Blue taking that auto, moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. We got Saber over here on this match logger, clearing out that for their red blocks. Well, we have 16718A trying to get blocks into that lower middle goal. Saber continuing to match loading while we have Quasar on that other long goal side, trying to fight Axis to get that long goal control. Saber over here scoring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks. Well, we have Vextra match loading for their blue blocks. Saber hitting those blue blocks that they scored out. Now we have Quasar and Axis in a standstill on that far side. 167-188 trying to push their blue blocks into this long goal. Looking like a pretty... Quasar moving, loses 1 block on that far side long goal against Axis. 167-188 scores 1 block into that lower goal. Quasar and Axis finding out, loses 1 block on that far side goal. Quasar goes in for a match load on that far side match loader. But unfortunately, they are not able to grab any blocks out of it. Axis going on the other side to try and grab blocks for them to score. Well, we have Saber and 167-188. These scoring blocks, unfortunately, it was only harmful to them, keeping the red into that control bonus. Well, we see Quasar on the other side going for a D score to get those red blocks. And they do get those red blocks into that control zone. Quasar almost tipping, Axis fighting back and getting that blue block back into that control zone, kicking out those red blocks. Now that far side long goal is only for blue. When we see Saber over here staying on this long goal defending. 167-188 trying to grab blocks to these. Well, we see Axis on this upper middle goal scoring two blocks, while we see Quasar on that far side long goal trying to get red blocks into that goal. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks, 5 blocks into that goal. We see Axis trying to grab blocks and trying to keep that long goal. Our last qualification, number 21, 44-22 in favor of the Red Alliance.
Or yeah, white hoodie. Yeah, with glasses. Yeah, that guy. He's been very involved. Yeah, because. Not G1, like a coach, like.
That's June.
That is G1.
Yeah, what are we saying?
And he has been very involved. I've been watching.
Which guys?
The white hoodie that's waving. The one that's waving.
Yeah,
I don't know how much. I'm just talking. No, I'll just give him a warning. Let me record the match and I'll go talk to him because he's a tall Asian male and I'm also an Asian male, so we got this thing going on. I'll remind you.
all right, on qualification number 23 on the Red Alliance, we have 45650A and their alliance partner 9636A. On the Blue Alliance, we have 49131A and their alliance partner 11122A. All right, moving into auto in 3, 2, 1. We see 49138 having a little movement, but not that much. While we see 45650A moving, but it looks like they unfortunately did get stuck on that match loader. Looking like an auto tie, moving into driver in 3, 2, 1. We see 45650A spinning in circles, trying to grab those blocks in the middle. While we see 9636A scoring the one block that they had into this long goal. 45650A scores one block into that long goal, while 11122A scores 2 blocks into that lower goal. We see 49131A on that far side trying to score blocks. While we see 4636A scoring 1 red block into that lower goal. 45650A scores another block into that far side long goal, while 9636A is playing heavy defense on 1122A. 49131A does get 1 block, but unfortunately it does fall out. 9636A gets another red block into that lower goal, while their alliance partner 45650A gets another block into that far side long goal. 9636A does get a block onto that upper middle goal, while 95650A is trying to match load blocks for them to score. You see 49131A trying to grab blocks so they can score onto that long goal. While we see 1122A playing heavy defense on 9636A. We see 45650A on this close side match loader trying to grab blocks for them to score. And we see 11122A trying to come in and grab blocks, while 9636A scores 2 red blocks into this long goal. 49131A grabbing a block, getting playing heavy defense by 9636A, and 45650A gets 1 more block into this close side long goal. 49131A grabs another blue block, trying to find somewhere to score, while 9636A is grabbing red blocks to try and score into that long goal. 45650A gets another red block into this goal and goes for the park, while 9636A tries and they do hit their block out of that lower goal. In our last match, qualification number 22, 55 to 50, with the Red Alliance taking that one.
You guys are good to score.
Alright, on the Red Alliance, we have 66556Z and their line partner 13481A. While on the Blue Alliance, we have 3412A and their line partner 92610D. Now moving into auto in 3, 2, 1. We see Nameless grabbing those 2 blocks, going over to that match leader while 13481A moves slightly. 3412A trying to get some blocks. We see Nameless scoring 5 blocks onto that long goal, but unfortunately do get stuck on their alliance partner, messing up their autonomous routine. Looking like a red Auton wing, moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. We see Nameless moving around the field, trying to gets one block into that upper middle goal. Where their alliance partner 13481A grabs blocks to try and score them. Well, we see 92610G trying to grab blocks to score into that lower goal. While their alliance partner 34128 is trying to do the same thing. We see Nameless moving around the field, trying to find something to grab to for them to score. While their alliance partner tries to play defense on those lower goals. We see Nameless score 2 blocks into this lower goal, trying to get that, and they do get that second block into the control zone. 92610D gets a 4th block into that lower goal. Nameless trying to play defense on them. 13481A trying to play defense on 3412A. Nameless scoring 2 blocks onto that lower middle goal. Looks like a chain snap from Robot. 13481A trying to play heavy defense on 92610D. On their alliance partner 3412A tries to score another one. Nameless coming over here, trying to get match loaders in. Gets all 3 blocks into there, clearing out the blue blocks and putting red in. 13481A protecting that far side long goal, while both the blue alliance is trying to keep the lower goals to themselves. Nameless trying to score 4 blocks into that upper middle goal, trying to hit more blocks into this control zone, going over to that other side, playing defense on 3412A. 92610G trying to do something to protect those long goals, but they can't do anything. 134A trying to find something to do while Nameless is scoring on that lower middle goal. 92610G gets that park off, and Nameless is over there on that far side, trying to get more bright blocks into that far side long goal. While 134A1A tries to go for a park, and Nameless puts all 6 of those blocks into that long goal. On our last qualification match, 23, 54 to 23 in favor of the Red Alliance. For like every...
I take responsibility.
Alright, on qualification match 25 on the Red Alliance, we have 13481P and their alliance partner 92610A. While on the Blue Alliance, we have 47510M and their alliance partner 13481S.
graduated.
All right, going into auto in 3, 2, 1. 92610 having some movement. 13481P moves a little bit forward while 13481S tries and goes for those 30 blocks, but they unfortunately do fall short. 92610 tries to get one blocking to that long goal, but they unfortunately do get stuck. Looking like an auto tie, moving into drivers in 3, 2, 1. 92610 trying to get that, but 13418S is trying to defend them. We have 13418-1P trying to defend those middle goals, but we have 47510M trying to score on that long goal. We have 92610 trying to clear that match. We have 47510M getting 4 blocks into this long goal. 13481S is match loading to try and get some blocks into their robot, and we see MXM trying to score, get those blocks into this control zone. 13481P trying to defend from MXM. Their line partner 92610A is trying to score onto that long goal. 13481S is trying to score onto that long goal. Well, we see MXM do push those 4 blocks into the control zone. 13481S trying to cycle blocks into their intake so they can score the blocks. Well, we see 92610 still trying to grab more blocks so they can score them. 13481S still unable to get blocks into their intake for them to score. Well, we still have 13481P playing defense on MXM. MXM trying to grab more blocks so they can score. 13481S scoring 2 blocks onto that upper middle goal, but we see 92610A trying to score 2 blocks, but we see MXM also score around 3 blocks onto this close far long goal. 13481S trying to score onto that lower goal, while we see 13481P playing heavy defense on MXM. 92610A trying to park with their alliance partner, and we see 13481S. They do push their blue block into the control zone, gaining them the bonus. And we see MSM trying to park, and they do get that park. On our qualification number 24, it's 140-0 in favor of the Red Alliance. Alright, qualification number 26, we have 16718A and their alliance 38029B, while on the blue alliance we have 13481A and their alliance partner 49131A.
Hello.
All right, moving into odd time in 3, 2, 1. 167, 188, trying to go for those middle blocks. Well, 134818 does get 2, but does fall back. 167, 188 going over to that match loader. Unfortunately, does not get any blocks, but they do score 4 blocks onto that long goal. Odd time going to red, going into driver in 3, 2, 1. 167, trying to grab, clearing out that match loader, scoring to that long goal while their alliance partner is over here trying to grab more blocks to score. 491318 trying to score into that long goal. Well, 134818 going over the field trying to grab more blocks. 167188 match loading blocks into their robot to try and score. Both blue robots protecting the middle goal, while 38029B is getting heavy defense played by them by blue. 167188 scoring 1, 2, multiple blocks into that red goal. 134818 on that other side trying to grab blocks. Well, 491318 is getting played heavy defense by 39029B. 167188 scoring 2 more blocks into that red goal. Well, 134818 scores another blue block into that far side long goal. 167188 grabbing more blocks from that match loader to score into the long goal. And they score 3 blocks into that match loader. 134818 does get another block on that far side, but they unfortunately are not able to push their blocks into that control zone. 167188 getting pinged by 491318 over here, trying to get more match loads for them to score. Grabbing them while their line partner 38029B trying to grab more blocks into that far side long goal. Blue Alliance trying to do something to score blocks. 134818 trying to score into that middle goal. 138029B trying to get into a park. Their alliance partner 167188 trying to push them into that parking zone. 134818 gets 1 block into that upper middle goal while their alliance partner 491318 tries to get into the park zone. Last qualification match number 25, 77-19 in favor of the Blue Alliance. On our next qualification match number 27 on the Red Alliance, we have 13481S and there's Alliance partner 13481P. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 92610B and their Alliance partner 1112A. Getting thumbs up from both alliances. Now we're moving into auto in 3, 2, 1. You see 13481S grabbing 2 blocks from that middle. Going over to that upper middle goal, but unfortunately they do miss both those blocks. Looking like an auto tie, now moving into driver control in 3, 2, 1. This is 13481S trying to grab more red blocks for them to score while 1122A trying to score into that under lower goal while 13481P is playing defense on 1122A. Well, 13481S trying to score onto that upper, and they do get one on that upper middle goal. 13481S trying over here on this long goal, trying to get one right block, and they do what we see on the other side, 92610B, trying to get blocks for them to score, and it looks like they are stuck. 13481S on this match logger, trying to get those blocks out of the match logger, and we see 11228 still trying to get those blocks into that lower goal. 13481S still trying to get those blocks into their intake for them to score. It looks like a pretty stale match, except for 13481S going over to that other side other side long goal for them to score those blocks that they have in their bot. You see 11228 getting one block onto that lower goal, with Reg still having one on that top. 13481S does score one blue block, hitting it into the control zone, but they do get two of their own into the long goal, trying to push it into the control zone, and they do get that into the control zone. We see 13481P playing heavy defense on 11228. Well, 11228 gets one more block into that lower goal, while their alliance partner 13481S gets one block into that control zone on this match logger, trying to get blocks for them to score. 13481S going on that under lower goal, trying to get the right blocks into there. Well, 11228 trying to get into that parking zone, and 13481S goes for the park. On our last qualification, number 26, 101 to 28 in favor of the Red Alliance. On this next qualification match on the Red Alliance, we have 92610D and their alliance partner 47510M. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 9636C and their alliance partner 31247E. Alright, going into auto in 3, 2, 1. MXM having slight movement while Saber goes over there, grabbing those 3 blocks, trying to score them into that middle goal. And they do get 2 into that middle goal, going for those match loads, those 3, and they try and score. And they do get 3 of their blue blocks into that long goal, whether the line so nice and succeeds, it's stuck there on that wall. Blue taking the auto, going into driver in 3, 2, 1. Saber over there on that far side, trying to clear that match loader for them to grab more match loads. While 96360 is playing heavy defense on MXM. While MXM's alliance partner 92610D trying to play heavy defense on Saber. While MXM scores 4 blocks into this long goal, with 96360 still trying to play heavy defense on MXM. 96360 trying to play trying to destroy, and they do get 3 blocks of the Reg out of that long goal. While Saber on the other side filling up that long goal, grabbing those match loads and scoring 2 blocks into that long goal. We have 96360 trying to score on that lower goal, while 92610D and MXM try and play defense with Saber. Saber and MXM playing heavy defense on each other, while 96360 and 92610D are trying to score on those middle goals. MXM trying to score on that long goal. They do get 1. Unfortunately, we play heavy defense by Saber. MXM and Saber looking like they're in a stalemate with their alliance partner 96360 and 92610D on those middle goals. 1 block does fly out on that top goal, while MXM is trying to push those blocks into the... Oh, and 2 blocks by 96360 do score 2 of MXM's blocks. While the alliance partner 92610D trying to go to those lower goals to score. While MXM does score 1 more block into that middle goal, while their 96360 smash loads and with the Saber on the middle goal trying to score 1 block. While 96360 scores 3 blocks into that long goal, while Saber pushes their 2 blocks into that control zone, trying to hit 96, and they do get 96360 blocks out. While Saber on the other side grabbing more blocks to try and score, going for a park, while 92610D is doing the same. MXM playing heavy defense by 96360. Last qualification match number 27, 43-20 in favor of the Reg Alliance. Alright, on to our next match. We have 66778X on the Red Alliance with their lines 3412A, and on the Blue Alliance we have 9636A and 47510S. Moving into auto in 3, 2, 1. Axe is going for those 3 blocks in the middle, while Quasar going over here on these match logs. 34128 just driving up. Ooh, Axe is going for 6 blocks onto that long goal, while their alliance partner is trying to get. They do get one into that middle goal. Looks like Quasar was not able to score any blocks. Rag Wings Auto moving on into drivers in 3, 2, 1. Axe is over there going over to that match loader, trying to get more blocks. Oh, we see 9636A trying over here to get some blocks into that middle goal. We see Quasar over here scoring 4 blocks into that long goal, getting 2 into that control zone. We see 9636A playing heavy defense on Axe as well there. 3412A is trying to get blocks to score into that middle goal. Quasar going for 2 blocks. He scores most of those and gets them out of the control zone, almost clearing that far goal. Axis goes over here on the side, scores 3 blocks, 4, 5 blocks into this long goal, getting played heavy defense by Quasar. They do push their blocks out, push Quasar's blocks out, and they do get their blocks into the control zone. Quasar going for more blocks, trying to score them, while their alliance partner 9636A is playing heavy defense on 3412A. Quasar trying to stay there to defend. Axis trying to push their blocks out. Looks like a full-on mosh pit on Quasar. Quasar getting another block into that long goal, trying to see if they can do anything to get their blocks deeper into this control zone. Axis and 9636A putting a heavy defense situation while 3412A gets stuck onto this long goal, while Quasar tries to push their blue blocks into the control zone, going onto that other side to grab match loads, while Axis pushes their blocks into that control bonus. Quasar going for two blocks into that long goal, trying to keep it in, trying to push it into that long goal. Playing heavy defense against 9636A. Quasar using that opportunity to push their blocks into that control bonus zone. 9636A keeping the Axis on a ping. Axis pushing their blocks out, keeping their rank only in there. Quasar trying to find blocks for them to score, while Axis getting play heavy defense on 9636A. Moving on to qualification match number 30. We have on the red lines 45650A and their lines partner 13481U. While on the blue lines we have 66556Z and their lines partner 92610A. All right, now we're going into auto in 3, 2, 1. Nameless over there bumping their alliance partner, going for those match numbers. 1, 1, 3, 4, 8, 1. U goes for those blocks. Nameless shoots 3 blocks into that long goal, but unfortunately, 2 do fall out. They go for that stack over there, and they get 2 into that top middle goal. Matchling, unfortunately, do not get the matchup, but they do get 2 onto that far long goal. Blue taking the auto bonus, moving into driver control in 3, 2, 1. Nameless going over there on that match, so we're grabbing 2 of those blocks. Well, 1, 3, 4, 8, 1. You grabbing the blocks under the long goal. 4, 5, 6, 5, 0, 8. Grabbing 1 block into that long goal. Nameless over here moving around, trying to get that block into that control zone. Well, 926.08 playing defense on 4, 5, 6, 5, 0, A. While their alliance partner 1, 3, 4, 8, 1. U trying to grab blocks against Nameless. Nameless trying to score. Nameless gets 1, 2 onto that lower middle goal. 192.6.0 trying to play defense on 45650A. Well, Nameless de-scoring almost all of those reg blocks on that long goal. And they do get that last reg block out of there. Well, 13481U trying to score on this long goal. Nameless coming over here to try and prevent them from continuing. And they do keep those 3 blocks in that control zone. 13481U trying to play defense for Nameless. Nameless in there. De-scores 3 of those reg blocks. De-scores almost all 4 of those reg blocks. Well, on the other side, we see Nameless' alliance partner 926.08 playing defense on 45650A. But they do unfortunately get 1 block on that long goal. Well, 13481U keeps trying to get blocks into that long goal. Nameless trying to play heavy defense on this robot right here. And we see 45650A and 926.08 playing defense on each other. But 45650A does get another block onto that long goal. Nameless playing defense on this long goal against 13481U. Going on to the other side. He scores that last reg block on that other side. Playing defense on both long goals with 45650A. Trying to grab blocks for them to score. Well, 13481U is playing heavy defense by Nameless. Nameless going on that other side. Trying to grab blocks for them to score on a long goal. They go for that match slugger. Unfortunately, they get 2 more blocks onto that long goal. Well, 45650A goes for a park. And 19108 also go for a park as well. Last qualification number 29, 37-12 in favor of the Rag Alliance. Moving on to next qualification match number 31 on the Red Alliance, we have 92610D and their sister team 92610B. While on the Blue Alliance, we have 16781A and on their lines is 9636A. Alright, qualification number 31, moving in auto in 3, 2, 1, 16718A, going for those 3 blocks from the middle, going over to that match lugger, pretty slowly though. 16718A does get 3 blocks from that match lugger, going over to this long goal, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks onto that long goal, and also getting that control bonus on this long goal. Lou getting that odd time bonus. Moving into driving, 3, 2, 1. 96668 going for those blocks in the middle. 16718 finishes their blocks on this long goal, clearing out that match lugger. While 96368 going for that middle goal. While the Red Alliance is trying to protect that middle section. While 92610D trying to score on those lower goals. But 16718 scoring 3 blocks onto that long goal. 96368 going over to that middle goal, trying to get some blocks in there. Well, 161A goes over to that other side to score more blocks. 9636A does get 1 block on that upper middle goal, while 16718A does get almost 8 blocks, 9, 10, almost 11 blocks into that far middle goal. We see the Red Alliance in shambles, trying to get more blocks into that lower goal, while 96368 gets that 1 red block out of the lower goal and gets 1 blue in there. We see 16718A getting blue blocks from that far side match slugger to try and get more blocks into these goals. 92610D and 92601B trying to get goal blocks into those goals, but 16718A just don't care, and there's some continued scoring onto these lower middle goals, while 96368 is playing heavy defense on 92610D. 961B moving around them. 96368 does get another block into that top middle goal. Well, 16781A on this match lover, trying to get more blocks in there. Both the Red Alliances trying to do something to get more blocks. Well, 96368 does go for a park. 167188 does go for more on that middle goal, but unfortunately they do miss. The Red Alliance both trying to go for a park. 92601D shimmying on their way over into the park zone. Last qualification match, number 38 to 85 in favor of the Blue Alliance. On to our next qualification match, number 32 on the Red Alliance. We have 13481S and their alliance partner 45650A. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 31247E and their alliance partner 13481A on the Blue Alliance. All right, going into auto in 3, 2, 1. 13481S goes for those middle blocks, while Saber goes for those middle blocks as well. Both going for that middle goal. Oh, two for red, 3 for blue. Saber goes for that far side match logger. Fortunately, chain does snap, but they do still get 3 blocks onto that long goal. While their line partner 456508 on that far side match logger. Red does get 3 blocks onto that top middle goal, pushing one blue out. Red taking that auto bonus, moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. 13481S going for those match loads, and Saber is as well, trying to clear that match loaders from red blocks to get their blue in. 13481S having troubles with their match loader, while 13481A playing defense on their sister team. 4650A trying to get 2 blocks into that long goal, while Saber gets majority of their blue blocks into that long goal, continuing to match load to get more blocks into that long goal. 4560A trying to get another block into that long goal, while 13481S trying to score their blocks into this close side long goal, but Saber scores 4, 5, 6 blocks into this long goal, continuing to try and find blocks for them to score, while the Lions partner 45650A trying to score more red blocks into that far side long goal. Saber goes in, scores 2 blocks on that middle goal, hitting 1 red out in the process. 45608 does get another red block into that far side long goal, with 13481S trying to play defense on Saber, but they're not able to. But their alliance partner 13481A comes to save them, to ping 13481S, allowing Saber to knock those red blocks out of that long goal. Saber going over to this close side long goal to try and get more blocks for them to score. 13481S trying to de-score those blocks on that far side long goal, but it seems like they're trying to have trouble. They do get 3 blocks out. 13481A slowly trying to come and protect that long goal, while Saber on this close side does get 2 more blocks on that long goal. 1608 tries to get 2 more blocks into that long goal. Saber goes for the park while 13481S tries to get more blocks into that low goal. 13481A continuing to protect that long goal. Well, 13481S trying to do something to get more blocks into the red goals. Last qualification match 31, 0 to 133 in favor of the Blue Alliance.
I know. And it's already...
Alright, qualification match number 33. On the red alliance, we have 92610A and their alliance partner 49131A, while on the blue alliance, we have 9636C and their alliance partner 3412A. Alright, on the red alliance, we have line 2610A and their alliance partner 49131A, while on the blue alliance, we have 9636C and their alliance partner 3412A. All right, qualification number 33 going in auto in 3, 2, 1. 491318. Moving a little bit as well as 9210A. 3412A. Grabbing 3 blocks, trying to go for that lower middle goal. And they do get 1. 926108 does try and go for that long goal, but they unfortunately do miss. Blue taking the auto, going into driver in 3, 2, 1. 491318 going over to this match looker while 34128 tries to get more blocks into that lower goal. 926108 gets 1 block out of that match looker, trying to get more. 19636C trying to get more blocks from that match logger. 96131A trying to get blocks out of this match logger. 92610 gets 1 block into that long goal. 9636C does have almost a full basket full of blue blocks, trying to score them into that far long goal. 34128 trying to play defense on 49131A. 19636C is getting play heavy defense by 92610A. 96360 trying to get blocks out of their basket into the intake system. Well, 49131A trying to get more blocks into this long goal. 34128 trying to get playing heavy defense on 49131A, but 431A does get another block from that match looker to score it onto this long goal. On that far side, we're seeing 92610A playing heavy defense on 9636C. 9636C trying to get blocks into that long goal for blue, but 34212A gets another block into that lower goal. 9636C being a little slow on that intake system, trying to get blocks out of that basket. Everyone trying to defend 9636C. 9636C going to that other side, trying to find an opportunity for them to score blocks. 34128 playing heavy defense on 49131A. Trying to find somewhere to release their blocks that they have in their basket. 9636C trying to key score these 3 red blocks out of this long goal, and they do get 3 blocks out of there. 9636C trying to get these blocks in. They do get 1 blue. 34128 does get a park up. Last qualification match number 32, 27 and 96 in favor of the Blue Alliance.
What is that? Are you sure you can take all 6 of us at once? You only have 4 over there. Wow, somebody call ICE. I swear! So on the way here, there's a protest. Hey, Nathan, it's 4 against 6. You know who the winner is. The underdog's winning this one. I hate to say it. All right, qualification number 34 on the red alliance. We have 11122A and their alliance partner 66556Z.
On the blue alliance, we have 13481U, and their alliance partner 66778X. All right, moving in auto in 3, 2, 1. Nameless drops that one block in front of them. Axe is going for 3 blocks in that middle, but unfortunately they do bump into their alliance partner. Nameless scores 2 into that long goal, getting that control bonus for Reg. Nameless scores 2 onto that middle goal. Nameless trying to score. Unfortunately, do not get that match point, but they do get 1 onto this long goal. Reg gets the Auton due to the crossing done by Blue. Moving on. Moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. Axe is over there on that far side. Mashler get more blocks. Well, Nameless is over here getting the 2 last blocks of Reg, scoring them into this long goal, trying to get that into the control bonus. Well, 13481U trying to defend that middle goal from Nameless. 11122A grabbing more blocks for them to score. Well, Axe scores 3 blocks onto that long goal, trying to push them into that control bonus. Nameless scores 1 onto that lower goal. Well, Nameless trying to keep their blocks into that control bonus. Axe is trying to fight back and get their blocks in that control bonus. Well, 13481U tries to score on this long goal. Nameless, he scores 2 of Axe's blocks out of that long goal. 11228 trying to get more blocks for them to score. Axis and Nameless going on a head-on battle, trying to see who can take that long goal. Axis on this side, scores 6 or 7 blocks onto this long goal, trying to push them into that control bonus. 11122A trying to play defense on Axis. Nameless just doesn't care, continues, he scores all of Axis blocks and keeps it all Reg. Axis and Nameless on a head-on battle. Well, 13481U on the other side, trying to get blocks for the Blue Alliance and trying to get that into the long goal. Nameless, the Red Alliance bullying Axis into their parking zone. 11228 Nameless fighting Axis, trying to keep them stuck. Nameless is just following Axis, making sure they can't even score a single block, while their Alliance 13481U struggling to try and pick up blocks for them to score. Axis scores 2 onto that far side goal, trying to push them into the control zone. Nameless ready for them and pushes them back. Axis is waiting for the perfect moment for them to push their blocks. Nameless pushes back and gets their blocks out. Red and Blue fighting for that control bonus on that far side, now going for that park. 13481 already parking, and Nameless already did get that park as well. Qualification number 33, 6-34 in favor of the Blue Alliance. All right, last match of the last qualification of the day. We have 13481P on the Red Alliance with 47510M, and on the other side we have 38029B with their alliance partner 47510S. All right, going into auto. In 3, 2, 1. Quiz are going over there to try and get those blue blocks out of that match loader. 38029B tries to get 1 block into that long goal, but unfortunately do not get it. Quasar, with the block stuck in their intake, unfortunately are not able to get a block into that long goal. Looks like it's going to be an odd-time tie, moving on into driving. 3, 2, 1. Are going over there, trying to get more blocks, while MXM tries to fight them. 38029B and 13481P try and battle it out. Well, Quasar scores 2 into that far long goal, trying to get another one, while MXM gets 2 on this close side long goal. Quasar looking over here, trying to get more blue blocks for them, while their alliance partner 38029B tries to score on this long goal. 13481P fighting Quasar, while MXM is trying to score more blocks into this long goal. Quasar on the other side grabbing more blue blocks for them to score while 134A1P tries to prevent them from scoring. Looks like there's a full-on battle between both of these alliances. Quasar over here on this middle goal, trying to get more blocks into that middle goal. Fortunately, they do not, as due to 13481P's heavy defense on Quasar. 3A029B trying to get this block into that long goal, while MXM on the other side is trying to get the blocks onto their long goal as well. Quasar playing heavy defense by 13481P, playing heavy defense on Quasar, not letting them out their sides. Quasar trying to get more blue blocks from this match loader, while their lines partner 3A029P is trying to get more blocks for them to score. Quasar cycles out those blocks from the match loader and gets more, goes in onto this long goal and tries to score, while 13481P is trying to move over to the other side of the field to try and play defense on 3A029B. MXM and Quasar on a full-on trying to see who can make it out to get onto these long goals. Quasar and MXM finding out. MXM trying to get blocks into this long goal, does get one into this long goal, and tries to line it up, and they do line it up. Quasar looks over to that middle goal, trying to get blocks over there. Does get 3-4 blocks into that middle goal, but does score one right. Last qualification number 34, score 66-14. Attention everyone, we're going to continue to hold skills till 2:45, so make sure you get your runs in for driver and auto skills. All right, attention everyone. Can I have one representative from each team to line up on that far side wall over there for a line selection? Thank you very much. Um, just a heads up. After line selection, please grab your notebooks. They're on that far table over there. Thank you. Just to reiterate what she said, that far field over there on the left will be becoming a practice field since skills is over. Okay, guys, so after we're done with our qualification matches, so now we're gonna move on to a line selection. So each team representative is gonna come up. They're gonna choose their alliance partner, and then they're either gonna accept or decline, and then that's how the seeds are gonna get chosen. Pay attention to that video over there on the top screen over there.
The results from qualification matches are used to determine the rankings of teams for the alliance. Welcome to the Vex Robotics Competition Alliance Selection. Here, you'll learn the process in which an alliance consisting of two Vex Robotics competition teams is formed. The results from qualification matches are used to determine the rankings of teams for the alliance selection process. Alliances of two teams are formed during alliance selection and will compete against each other in an elimination bracket to identify the alliance that will be named tournament champions. The rankings are determined using a combination of win points, which are accumulated as you win qualification matches, autonomous points, which are accumulated by winning the autonomous bonus at the beginning of each match, and strength of schedule points, or the sum of the losing alliance score in each qualification match played. Teams are rank sorted first by win points. Any ties and win points will be broken with autonomous points. Strength of schedule points is the third tiebreaker of union. For all of these criteria, a higher number equates to a higher ranking. Once qualification matches are complete, teams are asked to send one student representative to the playing field area for the alliance selection draft. The highest ranked team becomes the first alliance captain, and the team representative will be asked for their selection. Alliance captains can invite any team at the event that was not already selected to join an alliance. The invited team's representative is given the opportunity to accept the invitation or decline in favor of creating their own alliance. If the invited team accepts, that alliance is completed, and neither team is available to be selected for the remainder of the selection process. After a team is not be selected by any other alliance captain, but may select other teams to form an alliance if they are in a position to be an alliance captain later in the draft. Alliance captains continue to select their alliance partners in numerical ranking order until all alliances are formed for the elimination matches. Let's take a look at how this works in an example draft. In this hypothetical, the top-ranked team invites the 5th-ranked team to join their alliance. The 5th-ranked team declines, opting to form their own alliance. The top-ranked team now makes a new selection and invites the 2nd-ranked team. The 2nd-ranked team accepts and completes the alliance. The next selection will be made by the 3rd-ranked team because they are the next highest-ranked team who is not already in an alliance. They may not select the 1st or 2nd-ranked teams because they are already in an alliance. They also may not select the 5th-ranked team because they have already been invited to an alliance and they decline. In this example, the 5th-ranked team is still able to be an alliance captain and invite a partner when their turn comes around. This process will repeat until the proper number of alliances are formed. As always, be sure to review the tournament section of the game manual for official rules and details.
All right. Now can we have our first alliance captain, 66556Z?
We would love to run it back with 66778X. We graciously accept.
Can I have team 31247E come up?
We would like to invite 47510S.
We graciously accept.
Can I have team 16718A?
We would like to invite 47510M.
Graciously accept.
Can I have team 9636C come up?
We'd like to invite team 3412A.
We accept.
Can I have team 11122A come up?
We choose team 13481S.
We graciously accept.
Can I have team 13481P come up?
Could we invite 13481A? We graciously accept.
Can I have team 13481U come up, please?
We invite 9636A to join us.
We accept.
Wait, what number was it?
Can I have team 38029B come up?
We invite 92618. 92610A.
Accept.
So these will be our alliances for the elimination matches. Alright, elimination matches will be starting at 3:15. You guys can go prepare for eliminations, I guess. First two matches will be, you guys have to queue up as soon as possible, too.
Basically, at the start of the awards ceremony, just say like whatever, we're not debate. Okay. And then moving on, starting. Hello.
All right, quarterfinals match number 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 66556Z, nameless, from Mesa, Arizona, with their alliance partner 66778X, Axis from Pine, Arizona. On the Blue Alliance, we have 38029B, ISA Robotics from Scottsdale, Arizona. On their alliance is 92610A, Machine Co. from Tucson. All right, heading into the first auto of Elims. 3, 2, 1. Nameless goes there, grabs the 3 blocks from the middle. Same with Axis, both going. Nameless scores 6 blocks into that long, 3 into that long goal, grabbing more from the match logger. Axis scores 6 into that long goal, pushing them into the control bonus, while Nameless scores 4 into that long goal. Looking like a red Auton win. 67-0. Going on into driver. In 3, 2, 1. Action goes over there to the. Nameless scores 1 block on that lower goal, but he does fall out. Well, 38029B tries to grab blocks, while their alliance partner 92610A tries to score on that long goal. Nameless scores 2 into that long goal, while 38029B is playing heavy defense on access. Nameless trying to score on that lower goal, gets 1, while 92610A tries to score on that long goal. Axis over there grabbing a lot of blocks, trying to get more of those red in their intake than blue to score. 92610A tries to score, but Nameless absolutely denies them, descoring that, while 38029B is trying to score, but Axis is right there waiting and denies that. And Axis scores 1 on that lower goal. Nameless over here grabbing more blocks, and same with Axis, while 92610A is trying to score 1 on that long goal, and 38029B trying to score on that long goal as well. Nameless is denying blue any balls onto the long goals. Axis scoring 2 more on that long goal over there, going over to the opponent's side, match loading, trying to clear out the blue so he can grab a rag. Nameless playing heavy defense on 38029B, trying to keep it all red dominated. 92610A trying to line up on that long goal, but Nameless is just waiting there, waiting for 92610A to drop a few blocks in, while Axis is on that other side scoring blocks on that long goal. Axis match loading for blocks, still waiting on that teammate to put blocks in, while Nameless is right there waiting, getting that final blue block out, and it's a full red long goal. Nameless on this side scoring the blocks they have, almost 6 or 7 blocks on this long goal. 2 full long goals just filled with red. 92610A does get 1 blue block, but it does unfortunately fall out. Results from quarterfinals 143-8 in favor of the Red Alliance. All right, we have quarterfinals 2 on the Red Alliance. We have 9636C, Bing Thinking from Gilbert. And then we have their Alliance 3412A, PRC and Paradise from Phoenix. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have 11122A, Centennials from Chandler. And their Alliance partner 13481S, Indecisive from Mesa. All right, on to quarterfinals number 2. Starting auto in 3, 2, 1. 9660 gets ramming into that wall while 3412A grabs those 2 blocks into the middle. While on the other side, we have 13481S grabbing those blocks from the middle, but they unfortunately are not scoring 1. 3412A does get that 1 block on that bottom goal, saving them, getting that auto bonus. Red gets that auto bonus, moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. 1348S using those blocks that they have, trying to score it into those middle goals, while 9636C match loading those blocks, clearing that match loader to score. Their alliance partner 3412A trying to play defense on 13481S. While over here 1122A is playing defense on 9636C, trying to prevent them from scoring on that long goal. We see 3412A trying to grab blocks all over the field. 1122A looking a little lost, trying to see what they're trying to do. While we see on that other side, 134A1S does match load almost all of their match loads with almost a full basket. While 9636C scoring 2 of the red blocks, but unfortunately do score 1 red. 134A1S getting played heavy defense by 3412A, but they do get 1 block in there. Let's see. 9636C trying to put more red onto this long goal, but 1122A is trying to prevent them from doing that. 134A1S gets 3 blue onto that 4. They get 4 onto that long, and 9636C gets 4 more blue red blocks onto this long goal. 134A1S tries to push them into the control bunnies, but they do miss it and overshoot. We see 1122A playing heavy defense on 3412A, and over here on 9636C, they're trying to fill up this close long goal. 134A1S is not letting that slide from 3412A, and they're gonna play heavy defense, and they do get those blue blocks into that control zone. 9636C is trying to prevent them from working. 1122A is on trying to do something. 3421A, 3412A trying to go for a park. Well, we see 9636C on that other side trying to get more red blocks into that blue control long goal. We see 13481S. They're trying to get blocks onto that lower goal. All right, moving on to quarterfinals match number 3 on the Red Alliance. We have 47510S Quasar from Chandler with the alliance partner 31247E Saber, who's also from Chandler. In the Blue Alliance, we have 13481U Poorly Planned from Mesa, Arizona, and their alliance partner 9636A Still Thinking from Gilbert. All right, going into auto in 3, 2, 1. Quasar going over there on that far side match leader while Saber grabs these 3 to try and score him into that 3 on into that top middle goal while Quasar scores 1 into that long goal. Saber over here scores 3, 4 blocks onto this long goal. Quasar tries hitting that into the control zone, but they do overshoot. Reg taking that auto bonus, going into driver in 3, 2, 1. Saber over here clearing out that match leader so they can continue match loading while Quasar over there gets 2 more Reg into that long goal. 96368 gets 1 more into that top middle goal while 13481U gets 2 into this long goal, but Saber does not care and continues scoring. Quasar over there grabbing more Reg blocks while 96368 continue match loading. 13481U tries to play defense on Saber, but it's not enough. Saber keeps scoring while Quasar on the far side scores 2 more blocks, hit them into that control bonus. 96368 trying to keep match loading to clear out that match loader, but Saber over here on this other side clears out that blue match loader and gets the Reg blocks while 13481U tries to get blocked into that middle goal. Quasar goes over to the opponent's parking zone to grab their blocks, but 96368 does not want that, and they're trying to play heavy defense on Quasar. Saber is over here grabbing more blocks, trying to score them while 13481U tries to play defense on Saber, but Saber just keeps scoring on this long goal while we see Quasar on that other side tries to find blocks for them to score while 96368 is trying to play defense on Quasar. You see Saber over here taking more Reg blocks from this corner, and Quasar getting pinged by 96368. 96368 being pushed around by Quasar. Quasar trying to find more blocks for them to score onto that middle goal while Saber does the same. 13481U gets one into this long goal, pushing 1 Reg out. Quasar on the other side getting pinged by 96368, trying to grab more blocks for them to score while Saber tries to do the same. 13481U tries to go for a park. Quasar over there trying to grab more blocks for them to score. Saber going for a park, and Quasar trying to grab more blocks while 1384U tries to get 1 more block while 96368 parks. Results from our last quarterfinals match, 52-25 in favor of the Red Alliance. Alright, on the Red Alliance, we have 16781A Vextra from Tempe with their alliance partner 47510M MXM from Chandler. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 13481P White from Mesa with their alliance partner 13481A Asbar from Mesa. Alright, starting auto in 3, 2, 1. 16718 grabs 3 from that middle, and so does 13481A, but they fall back. 16718A tries for that matchup, but they do not get blocks, but they do score 4 blocks onto that far side long goal. All right, moving on into driver in 3, 2, 1. 167, goes for those match logs. Well, MXM is going to play heavy defense by 13481P. 13481A takes 3 onto that top long goal, but 167188 is trying to fight back. MXM playing heavy defense on 13481A. It's a heavy battle, but MXM is trying to make it out. They're trying going for that match logger. Well, 167181A is trying to fight 13481A. 167188 trying to get 13481A off of that middle goal. 167188 trying to get more blocks from that corner and score it into the long goal, while MXM is over here grabbing more blocks of the red lines. 167818 trying to get those 2 red blocks into that control zone, and they do get one. Well, 13481A is trying to play defense on 1678A. 13489P trying to play defense on MXM, but it's not enough. MXM is staying strong, staying on that long goal, trying to get those red blocks into the long goal. 167188 and 13481A in a heavy battle with each other to see who can take over that long goal. Looks like a rubber band. Oh, and 167188 falls over. 13481A takes us to their advantage, tries to grab more blocks from that match logger. 13481P and MXM trying to see who can take this long goal. MXM gets one more onto this long goal, but 13481P is trying to play happy defense. MXM trying to untip their partner, but it looks like there's no avail. MXM just trying to play defense on what they have and go for a park. 13481A also went for a park. Results from our last quarterfinals match, 130-20.
What happened over there? How do you get tipped? Ryan.
At Cox, we think ahead like your dog who doesn't fall for
Son.
So we keep surprises off your bill with Price Lock. Now your internet and mobile plan price won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Cox, a step ahead. Select internet and mobile plan.
What? Where'd you learn EDPI? I just randomly thought of it earlier this morning, and I thought it'd be funny to say it. I'm gonna give EDPI 10 chocolate chips. Are you gonna take that? Hey, there's like a nut over there. Yo, Rion, they're cheating right there. They're like, they're just
All right, we're on to our first semifinals match. On the red alliance, we have 66556Z Nameless with their alliance partner 66778X Axis. On the blue alliance, we have 9636C Bing Thinking with their alliance partner 3412A VRC in Paradise. All right, going into odd time in 3, 2, 1. Nameless comes over here, grabs 3 blocks and 2 underneath. Well, Axis grabs 3 from that middle, but does not get the match leader. They do get 4 into that long goal and gets 1 into the... Oh, Nameless does cross that line, and that will give Blue the odd time bonus. Blue getting that odd time now into Driver in 3, 2, 1. Nameless over here going over to this block, trying to get more blocks for them to score. We see Axis on that right side long goal, trying to push blocks in. Nameless over here trying to get blocks into that control zone. Well, we see 34128 gets 1 block into that middle goal, while 9636C is match loading to fill up that basket full with blue blocks. Axis is playing defense on that long goal, preventing 9636C from going onto that long goal, while Nameless is over here moving around the field, trying to fill up their ball with brag blocks for them to score. That one of those blocks from the top middle for Blue does fall out, but Nameless does put 1 on that lower middle. 9636C playing defense on Axis, preventing them from hitting on that middle long goal. Nameless pushing those blocks into that control zone, preventing anyone from hitting them. 9636C being heavily defended by Axis, while 3412A trying to score on that lower middle goal. Nameless is just waiting for 9636C to make a move, while Axis on that other side grabbing more blocks, trying to find where to score them. Well, 9636C tries to score 1, but it does fall out, while Axis on that lower middle goal scores 3, and 1 of theirs does fall out. Well, 3412A tries scoring on that top middle, but they do miss. Going into a clash with Nameless, with 9636C trying to find a way to score onto that top middle goal, while Nameless over here match loads, gets 3 into that long goal, and then continues match loading. And we see on this right side, Axis into a little clash with 9666C, with Nameless with almost 4 blocks into their robot, trying to see where they want to put it. And they see on 3421 it over on that match leader, and Nameless over here fills up this long goal, all with red, and going for that part, with Axis scoring 3 more on that far side long goal, trying to see if they can come over here and get more red blocks. Results from our last quarterfinals, 65-28 in favor of the Red Alliance. All right, we're on semifinals match number 2. On the Red Alliance, we have 31247E Saber with their alliance partner 47510S Quasar. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have 16718A Vextra and their alliance partner 47510M MXM. All right, about to head Auton in 3, 2, 1. Quasar going over there onto that match loader while Saber comes over here, grabs the 3 blocks from the middle. Quasar empties that match loader, tries to score, gets 1, 2, 3, 4, but puts 1 blue in, while Saber gets 4 of red into this long goal and 3 on that top, while 167, 188 gets 4 blue onto this close long goal. Looking like 41 to 15. Auton going to red, going into driver in 3, 2, 1. Quasar going over there, grabbing those 3 blocks from the middle, and then going over to that match loader. Saber doing the same thing with 167, 188, trying to get those blocks into the lower middle. MX7 playing heavy defense on Quasar, not letting them do anything. Saber scoring 6 or 7 blocks on this long goal, trying to push him to get the blue out, and then 167, 188 trying to get blocks into that middle goal. Quasar going over there to that long goal, trying to get those blocks in their intake into that long goal. They do get 1, but MX7 is playing heavy defense on Quasar. 167, 188 trying to find more blocks on the field, while Saber is trying to get that blue block out and put more red in. But 167, 188 is trying to play defense on them. We see MX7 trying to de-score Reg's blocks from that long goal, but Quasar does it for them. Quasar grabs 2 blocks and tries to score it on that lower goal, but MXM takes that as an opportunity to try and de-score those Reg blocks on that far side. Quasar over there grabbing 2 blocks, trying to see where they can score them. Saber over here with 2 blocks of their own, trying to see if they can score them to kick those 2 blocks out. 167, 188, trying to get more blue into that low goal, and they do taking that control bonus. MXM over there trying to see if they can get those red blocks out. 167, 188, and Saber fighting each other, trying to see who can come out on the top. Quasar and MXM. Quasar trying to get those blue blocks out of those lower middle goal, trying to see, looking like they're lost, trying to find more blocks. They take that 1 red block from that lower goal. 167, 188, taking this to advantage, seeing that far long goal open. They're putting blue into that long goal. Quasar going for the Saber going for the park. Quasar trying to stop them, but blue takes over that whole long goal. Quasar looking helpful. Looking like blue taking that long goal on that far side. Results from semifinals match number 2, 84 to 61. In favor of red. All right, we have our finals match. On the Reg Alliance, we have 66556C Nameless with their alliance partner 66778X Axis. On the Blue Alliance, we have 31247E Saber with their alliance partner 47510S Quasar. All right, we see all green. Starting our finals octagon in 3, 2, 1. Axis goes over there, grabs 3 from the middle, same with Nameless, grabs 2, but misses 1 from this bottom. Nameless scores 3 into this long goal, gets 2 into that control. Quasar scores 3 into the long goal, but gets 1 right as well. Axis on the other side gets 6 on that long goal. Saber only gets 2. Quasar, he scores most of Nameless's blocks from this long goal. Blue takes that auto bonus, putting them around 20 points ahead of the Red Alliance. Moving on into drivers in 3, 2, 1. Nameless over here goes over there, instantly descores Quasar's blocks. Axis on that other side, pushes their blocks into that control zone. Saber goes over there, tries to score. Axis tries to defend them, but they can't. Quasar over there, heavy battle between Quasar and Nameless, trying to see who can keep that control zone. Axis on that other side, descores all those blue blocks. Saber trying to reconvene themselves, trying to grab more blue blocks Nameless over here trying to push this final blue block into the control zone and get that blue out. Quasar over here trying to score, get 3 into this long goal over here, but they're just standing still. Nameless is like a tiger waiting for Quasar to make a mistake. Saber is over there trying to see if they can do anything. Axis is right there waiting for Saber to push those blocks into them so they can score them out. Quasar is looking like a stalemate, guys. No one's doing anything. Axis, he scores the 3 blocks because Saber walks away. Quasar trying to keep those blocks in. Nameless trying to get these 3 blocks out of this long goal. Saber on the other hand, on that other side, trying to grab blue blocks. Axis trying to see. Nameless destroys all of these blue blocks from this close side long goal. Nameless takes 2 on that top one. And the Axis is just harassing Saber, trying to prevent them from scoring on that long goal. Quasar over here trying to max load, but it looks like their max loader is not working. Saber is over here getting played heavy defense by 66778X. Quasar's over here grabbing more blue blocks, trying to see if they can score. Axis is over there trying to grab more red blocks. Quasar's here, grabs 1, 2, but instantly denied by Nameless. Only 1 block is in there, and then gets yelled out. Axis over there. And that is our finals match. All right, we have our results from our finals match. Can I get a drum roll, please, before I release the score? Like, all right, we have 3 red blocks scoring on this long goal, 6 red on that far goal, 2 red on this top middle with 1 blue, and 3 on that lower with the score of 76-21. The Red Alliance wins. Can I get a round of applause to the Blue Alliance for trying their best? Can I have team 9636C, 9636A, 49131A come please grab your notebooks, as well as 38029B. Your guys' notebooks are over here by the tables. Please come grab them. All right, everyone, we're going to start our award ceremony. To start off, we're going to start with the Judges Award. The Judges Award is presented to a team that is deserving of special recognition. Judges consider several criteria for this award, including exemplary effort and perseverance at the event, team accomplishments, or other attributes that may not fall under existing award categories. The Judges Award is presented to Team 45650A, Electric Howl from Mesa, Arizona. Team 45650A, please come down to grab your award. All right, moving on to the Build Award. The Build Award is presented to a team that has built the most durable and robust robot. The robot is reliable on the field and holds up under rigorous competition. The robot design shows attention to safety and detail. The Build Award is presented to 66556Z Nameless from Mesa. All right. The awards offered at qualifying events are based on specific criteria, which may include such things as having an engineering notebook, attaining certain performance rankings, or other requirements as described in the Guide to Judging. It has determined that at this event, no team fulfilled all the required criteria for the Innovate Award. While it is disappointing not to be able to recognize an award winner, we still encourage teams to continue their hard work and dedication to the program. For future reference, all award criteria and descriptions can be found on the RECF Guide to Judging. Now, continuing on to the Robot Skills Champion. The Robot Skills Champion Award is presented to the team that has earned the highest combined driving skills challenge score and the autonomous coding skills challenge score. The Robot Skills Champion Award is presented to Team 66556Z, Nameless from Mesa. All right, moving on to the Design Award. The Design Award is presented to a team that demonstrates the most organized and professional approach to the design process, project and time management, and team organization. This team's engineering notebook provides clear and complete documentation of the team's robot design process and the development of their game strategy. The winning team also demonstrates effective communication skills and teamwork. The Design Award is presented to Team 31247E, Saber from Chandler. All right. Now moving on to the tournament champions. You guys just saw this finals match. The tournament champions are the two-team alliance who finished first place after the elimination matches. You guys know who they are. The tournament champion award is presented to 66556C and 66778X. All right, last but not least, the Excellence Award. The Excellence Award is presented to a team that exemplifies a high-quality competitive robotics program and the ethos of the REC Foundation. The Excellence Award recognizes a team's ability to document and explain their engineering design process via an engineering notebook and team interview. The team also demonstrates outstanding competition performance by being among the top-performing teams at the event. This team is a strong contender in numerous award categories and exemplifies dedication, devotion, hard work, and teamwork. This team is committed to quality in everything they do. The Excellence Award is presented to Team 47510S Quasar. All right, that is it for the award ceremony. Can I please get a round of applause for all the teams that competed here today? Today was a very fun day, I can tell from all the teams' excitement. So I believe that is it, and you guys are free to head home.